Okay, now you should hear me. Yeah. Okay, good. And you should hear X-Plane too. You verify that. Mixer. Routing. Stream mix. Mic, chat, music, game. Yeah, okay. You should be getting that too. Let's just... Nope, nope. You probably aren't getting it yet. Hold on. Nope, you're not getting it. Now you should be getting it. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Now you're getting the sound. Oh, crap. I need to fix this. Hold on. Open dish up. None. Add. The SSD. This one. Okay. There we go. And if I go Alt F8. Excuse me. There we go. All right. Oh, come on. Why do you hate me, dude? There we go. Okay, now it's working. That was annoying. All right. Hey, so decided we'd try out X-Plane here. I might mess with the settings a little bit. We've loaded in with the Airbus A320Neo from ToLiss. Yeah, looks not bad. I gotta remember how to do all the... I have since forgotten X-Plane cameras. Okay, so that's where we're at. But yeah, so cold and dark setup. We're gonna actually do the tutorial flight as mentioned in the ToLiss's guide. So we're actually going Sydney to Queensland and round and back again. So yeah, follow along. Let's see. And if you got any suggestions, feel free to drop it in the chat. Let's see how this goes. Okay. So we're cold and dark. All right. If you step into an aircraft cold and dark, you have to assume it was unpowered for a while. This requires a number of additional checks compared to stepping on an aircraft that already has electrical pilot applied as you step in. So tilt the camera towards the towards the pedestal and verify how you could use our pre-programmed commands to do this. Oh, see simulation manual how you can use our pre-programmed commands towards to do this. There's a simulation manual. Simulation manual. There's pre-programmed commands. Manuals. Simulation manual. Aircraft livery. Joystick. Goes wheel roll access described. Yeah, yep. Detailed axis. Okay. Simulation aircraft. You don't tell me where in the simulation guide to see these things. Visual settings. Startup behavior. You know what? We're just gonna keep going. So, look down at the pedestal. Okay. Both the engine master switches should be in the off position. They are. Good. Engine mode selector is in normal. It is in normal. Good. And the weather radar, on the weather radar panel, verify that the weather radar position is in. And pick you up here. Oh, come on. There we go. Weather radar. Weather radar. Anybody see the weather radar? Is it up here? I'm trying to remember the buttons for all this stuff here. Ecam, engine, air, data, standby cast, floodlight, aids, rudder trim, cockpit doors unlocked, parking brake is set. Here we go. This has got to be the panel. Multi-scan, manual, gain, calibration, min-max mode. On the weather, verify that the weather radar switch is in off and the PWS switch is also in the off position. So off and off. Yeah. On the main panel, verify that the landing gear is in the down position. It is down. Landing gear is down, right? In the overhead panel, verify that the windshield wipers are switched off. Windshield wipers. Wipers off and off. Good. Check that the battery voltages are above 25.5, but with the battery still selected off, aircraft in the shutdown state. So above 25.5, 26.4, 27.3, that looks good to me. Set both battery switches position to auto. Battery position switches to auto. Battery 1. What did I do? I pressed both of them. As a result, the switch integrated with lights, the off light should not appear in either of the two battery switches. Yeah. Okay. So those should be on. Activate external power. For this, you need to first verify that external power is enabled via the ISCS ground services. So plugins, ToLiss, ISCS ground services, external power is on. Note that the chocks are also in place, and we will have to remove these later prior to pushback. After ensuring external power is, you can switch it on in the overhead panel by pressing the external power button. External power is available. We're going to click it on. Ooh, we coming to life. You will now see all the displays powering up while they show a 40-second self-test message. It's fun noises. No lights visible in the air conditioner panel except pack fault lights. So no lights visible in the air conditioning panel except air conditioning panel. Aircon panel is... I know where it is in the freaking 737. Is this it? This is the aircon panel. Okay. No lights, except for the pack faults. Yeah, pack fault. Got it. This is all good. All right. Yeah, everything's powered up. Okay, good. Crossbreed, located on the overhead panel in the air conditioner, is set to auto. Crossfeed should be set to auto. Yes. Set temperature selection knobs as desired. Vertically up is 22 degrees Celsius. Nope, I like it a little bit colder, and the cabin likes it a little cooler too. Switch off the dome light. It's not normally used in flight. There's dome lights panel. Cabin. It's underneath the cabin pressurization panel. There's the dome light. Question is, where's the switch for it? Is it down at the pedestal? No? Ah! So I've been having an audio issue where it's like cutting in and out. Not sure what's causing that. Mask on. Calls, external, probe heat, cabin press. Here we go. Dome light. Should be off. Turn you. Dim, bright, off. You still look like you're on, but that's okay. We'll just turn it off. Perform an annunciator light test by placing the annunciator light button position in test. Looks good. Okay. After test complete, place the annunciator light switch back in bright position, which is appropriate for daytime flights. Adjust the display brightness for the primary flight display and navigation display brightnesses are specified the respective display on the outboard side to the left of PFD, to the right of PFD. Note for Note that for the ND brightness, the inner knob controls the brightness, the outer knob controls the intensity of the weather radar or display image. Right. So brightness here, turn that up, and then here, turn you up. Come over here, turn you up, and turn you up. There we go. Engine warning display and system display brightness on the pedestal just in front of the thrust levers. Yes, so that one and that one. The McDo display brightness is 2 buttons labeled bright and dim, right? So I think it's this one. There we go. Brighten you up and brighten you up. All right. Check the system status on the system display. Okay, let's check the system status. God. Flight. View. Let me see here. Let's move. Yeah. There's a series of buttons for setting those views. Keyboards, views, view tools, change view mode, internal. Oh, I want to say it's like left control and then let's glance and numpad, right? Yes. Yeah. Okay. Well, it's any control. Okay. So if I go like control 0 and go back to here, there we go. Nice. All right. So check the crew oxygen level. Press the door button on the ECAM screen. So door. Jetway's still attached. We're good. We're going slow here. Okay, so door oxygen. There we go. Cockpit oxygen is green and green. Good. Check hydraulic fuel levels of ECAM. So we've got green, blue, and yellow. So what are we looking at? So check the hydraulic fluid and that they're all in the green. Green, green, green. I guess. Check the engine oil quantity. Engine oil. I don't see quantity. This requires FADEC power in order to receive a valid oil quantity from the engine. To activate FADEC power, use the FADEC ground paired switches in the maintenance section of the overhead panel. Activate FADEC ground power for both engines. Okay. Setting some camera positions now. I can scroll over and then back up. Nope, back up. Come down. Maybe forward a little bit. That should be good. Okay. Put that in 9. You should be good. Alright. Overhead panel. FADEC power is in the engine FADEC ground power. FADEC ground power. Is it above? It may be further above. Yeah, here we go. It's further up. On and on. Okay. And then press the engine button on the control panel. Press it again. There we go. And so what we're saying is we need to be above 14. We've got 18.5 on the left, 18 on the right. That looks good. Switch off the FADEC ground power. Close and guarded. Good. Okay. And then press the engine button on this thing. You know what? I kind of want to do 0. That's 0. Yeah. Kind of want to back this up, back down, back up. There we go. That's pretty good right there. Maybe rotate up a little bit. There we are. Echo, stop. And we'll call this position 2. There we go. Alright, position 2. Position 1 is normal flying. Position 2 is that. Alright, so we'll press the engine button here again to do that. Alright, check the control levers and switches that they're in their appropriate positions. So, just coming back here. Or actually, if I do this. So if we look at this. Yep, you're good. Control lever, switches, forward, back, left, right. Oh. And then foot pedals. Yeah, look good. Whee! Alright. So now the flap and slat lever must match the ECAM surface position indicator. Right. Right. So flap and slat lever is in position 0. Flats and slaps are recacted, which is what we're indicating. Right. Flaps retracted, flaps retracted. That's good. Spoiler level is retracted and not armed. Right. That looks good. White band is not visible. Right. Okay. That matches that. Verify that the brake accumulator pressure is good. Brake accumulator pressure looks good. Good, good, good. Okay. So we're looking at this number right here. It's green. The accumulator pressure must be in the green band. If that's not the case, use the electrical yellow hydraulic pump to charge the accumulator. So if this wasn't, what we would do is we would switch on the yellow electric pump, which is up top. So, hydraulics up here, yellow electric pump, switch it on, 1 1000, 2 1000, 3 1000, 4 1000, 5 1000, 6 1000, 7 1000, 8 1000, 9 1000, 10 1000, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Switch it. Okay. And then go back down there and look at that panel again. And accumulator is in the green. Good. All right. The blue light extinguishes. Yep, good. Ensure that the parking brake is on. Rear end of the pedestal. Parking brake is set. I kind of want this view. I like this view. Right, so 1, 2, 3, good. And that's my McDo view, good. Okay. And then this is my overhead panel. Right. All right. So, again, parking brake is set. Yes, good. Verify that the brake accumulator pressure and the brake pressure indicators brake accumulator should be at the green mark with parking brakes on, left and right brakes at about 2,000 PSI here. Yes, so 2,000, 2,000. Okay. Probe and window heat button on the overhead panel is in auto, i.e. no light is visible on the switch. Probe and window heat is in auto. Yes. Okay. Okay, if you selected to start the aircraft cold and dark or with external power applied, but the IRU's off, you need to perform all the steps from this section onward. You may also need to adjust display brightness dependent on ISCS settings for the display brightness during starts. Switch off all the white lights in the overhead panel. All the white lights. Okay, i.e. switch on all the fuel pumps. Right. Doesn't quite look white to me, but that's okay. And press the switches of any other white light you see in the overhead panel. Got it. Okay. White light, crew supply, external power we're going to leave on for right now. Pack 2 is in a fault. Looking up higher. Everything looks good there. Okay. All right. Switch on the crew oxygen button, which we did. Perform the CVR test. Switch on the recorder ground control. Recorder ground control, which is this button here. Okay. Press and hold CVR test. Okay. I think I leave that in auto. It doesn't say that that should be an auto, but I would think that's an auto. Okay, so now we're going to power up the ADIRUs to initiate alignment. Move the switches for each ADIRU into the nav position one at a time. So ADIRs go into nav 1, 2, 3. ADIRs are on the bat. Lights up after turning the switch to nav mode. This confirms that the battery backup for the ADIRU works. Wait until the on-bat extinguishes before returning the next. Oh, yeah. Okay, whatever. Yeah. Alignment takes approximately 10 minutes and must be completed before... Did I miss the unprofessional... I have not installed the professional pushback guy. I should. And I should just leave it to the unprofessional guy only. But, okay. Alignment takes... It must be completed before the aircraft moves. During taxi, ADIRU alignment cannot work. The ADIRUs are connected directly to the battery bus as a backup. For that reason, they have to be switched off before shutting down the aircraft. Otherwise, the ADIRU could drain the batteries. Verify that both PFDs now show airspeed, altitude, and attitude information. Note that the altitude and speed information appears almost immediately, whereas it takes about 30 seconds for the other information to appear. And for sure, we've got details there. Alright, set the exterior lights as required. Switch the strobe light to auto. Strobe lights. Strobe light to auto. Okay. And nav and logo lights to position 1 or 2. Nav and logo. Position 1. And all other external lights are off for now. Right. Set the internal light switches as follows. Seatbelts to on. Seatbelts on. No smoking to auto. Let's see here. Emergency exit lights to arm. Arm. And that light comes on. Good. Okay, good. And cabin pressure and landing elevation knob is at position auto. Cabin pressure, landing elevation is straight up and down, which is auto. Okay. Set the pack flow selector to low, normal. Low if you have less than 141 passengers. Okay. So where is this? Pack flow. Pack flow. Pack flow. Low for less than 141. Normal if you have 141 or more, which is what we're going to use today. And if you're flying in very humid or hot conditions, set high while on the ground. Right. Alright, check the electrical part of the overhead panel and make sure that there are no amber lights except the gen fault lights. Yes and yes, no amber. Good. We need to initiate a charging cycle for the batteries to ensure they are properly charged for this flight. Press the elect button on the ECAM panel to switch each battery on the overhead panel first off and then on. Okay? Panel on the overhead. So off and on and off and on. There we go. Check that the system display on both batteries is charging and the current charging circuit is less than 60 amps after 10 seconds. 37, that's... $77 amps, 37 amps. Battery voltage is 2929. Oh, no, I want these values here, excuse me. Bat 1, 6 amps, Bat 2, 6 amps, yes. Okay. Press elect to deselect. Okay, good, good. After the completed battery check and charge cycle initiation, we can continue the system checks. Perform engine and APU fire warning and extinguisher check. Okay, check that the fire push buttons for engines and APU are in and that their guards are closed in, and closed. Also check that lights in the agent buttons of the fire panels are off. Agents are all off. Yes. Perform the following action for each engine, 1 and 2, and the APU. You can use the EWD pop-up to see warnings while depressing the switch. EWD pop-up? How do I do EWD pop-up? EWD pop-up. Emergency warnings display. There's an EWD pop-up. Is it this one? Okay. Yeah. So, press the fire test push button. Fire test push button. Okay, engine 1 fire. Yep. Engine 2 fire. Good. Engine APU. Nice. Alright, check the Z-Res, squib discharge lights, yes. Check that the master loudspeaker volume, yep, we heard it. Make sure that the audio switching knob located in the upper part of the overhead panel is in the norm position. Right? Normal position, yes. Okay. Check that all lights on the ventilation panel are off. All lights on the ventilation panel are off. Ventilation off. On the third audio control panel located in the overhead panel, enable PA reception. There we go. Check that all lights in the maintenance panel are off. Maintenance panel. Yes, they're off. Check that there are no warning flags on the integrated standby instrument. Integrated standby. Looks good. Okay. Make sure that the skid and nose wheel steering switch is in the on position. On position. Yes, anti-skid, nose wheel steering. Make sure that all the knobs are in normal. Normal. Yes. Ensure that the thrust levers are in the idle position. Yes, idle. Good. Note, if your thrust levers are above idle with the TCA throttle quadrant levels being at auto, you may have to switch on the option rev on the same axis in the ICSC joystick tab. Both engine master switches to off. Both master switches are off. Engine mode selector is in norm. Repeat and verify parking brake check. Yes. Good. Set. Good. Check that the gravity gear extension lever is in the stowed position. Stow. Yes. That's this thing right here. Okay. Let's see here. Transponder is set to standby. Standby, yes. And the ATC system is set to system. Make sure that all three radio management panels are switched on. Okay. Two are located in the pedestal. Once the other, also make sure that the green backup nav light is off. So that is a very tiny image you're asking me to look at, buddy. Okay, nav light is off. Panel is on. Okay, good. Nav light is off. Panel is on. And then the overhead panel. Here, nav light is off. Panel is on. Good. FMGS initialization. This section needs to be performed for all flights independent of the startup mode that you selected. The flight for this tutorial is a flight from Sydney to Queenstown. So you have no yes. New Zealand with Christchurch as the alternate. The respective flight routes have been determined with the help of SimBrief. For the initial plan route is as followed. Alright, so departure from YSSY via SID, Sierra Yankee 2 or Sierra Yankee 1. From the manual leg, direct to waypoint optic. Airway Yankee 84 from optic to Tonim. Airway Papa 766 from Tonim to Adcoast. Arrival in Queensland on runway 23 using the RNAV 23 Yankee with the via UGPED using standard arrival star UBD Uniform Bravo Delta Alpha 4 Bravo or 2 Bravo. Transition Adcoast. Cruise altitude this flight will start at flight level 360 with a step climb to 380 at Mickle on airway Papa 766. Alternate route is as follows: from Queensland via the SID Alpha November Papa Oscar 3 Foxtrot. We're going to transition Timjo. We're going to go on the Yankee 153 airway to Dopkey. We're going to arrive in Christchurch runway 02 using the ILS approach without a via, using standard arrival Dopka 4A. or DOPCA 3A. I do have the latest navigation data loaded. In order to program the FMGS, Flight Management Guided System, for this route, we need to perform the following steps. Pop up the left McDo by clicking on the screen of the McDo. That's kind of actually really awesome. Nice. I don't like it right there because it's... No, no. Okay, cool. Pop it down here. There. All right. Verify that you have the correct aircraft and engine type set. We are an A320-271Neo, which is going to be up top. Yep, 271N. And we are running the Pratt & Whitney's 1127 Golf, the Gear-JM, Juliet Mike, which is the geared turbofans. Note that if you have the wrong engine type, the CFM leaps, please go into that and change that over to VR right engines. All right, the following step is only required if you have custom navigator. If you fly only with default X-plane, AirAx cycle, blah, 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 you can skip the following step. For this tutorial, we recommend reverting to the default database in order to have procedures matching this tutorial. Yeah. In order to do so, click on LSK next to second database prompt. Okay? LSK. Not doing anything. Okay. Well. Wait, active nav database is 2 December to 29 December? That's not right. That's... Oh, no. That's an old DB. What happened here? Hold on. Yes, FMS Data Manager. Please stand by. Yes. Update. Okay. Flight. Reload the current aircraft. Skip art. Okay. Ah, crap. We're all cold and dark again. Shit. All right. Freak. Ground power. 28.4. Yes. Normal. all this up. Oh, that's just a check. Good. Pressure's low. Okay. That off. PA's on there. Da, 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 da. Look at the pedestal. Down, verified, anti-skid, nose wheels down, good, good, good. Pedestal, down, set, 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 good, good. Panel is on and on and on, good. Get some brightness going here. First officer's not here to do his own duty. All right. Oh, yeah. Seat belts. Armed. Cabin pressurization, auto, pack flows, normal, ventilation, flight controls. Jib whiz, we haven't got to. Still on an external power. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Now, back to the McDo. All right. Well, now we've got a current database. Here we go. So, secondary database. We're going to click here. Thinking. Oh, we're using the secondary database, right. I got to stand. Time for me to stand. And reloading the aircraft, I think, is what it's doing. All right, we'll take, for freeze up to 1 minute while the databases are reloaded. The time on this depends on all that information. Okay. Working? Not yet. There we go. Init page. There we are. Go back. How do I go back? There. All right. I think. All right. Cool. Alright, so we're using the secondary database for this. Just close that off there. Oh, bright. There we go. Alright, so we click on the init button of the McDo in the init pages. Back. Alright. So if required, plus the key, clear key to remove the GPS primary lost is not there, but we'll just press it just in case. Now, as a first step to enter the flight plan, you enter the string YSSY. Can I type? Nope. Oh, wait, I could type. Look at that, I can type. /NZQN into the McDo. This only works for the pop-up McDo. So that's in the scratch pad, and we're going to place this in the from to. Yep. Okay. If your X-plane contains an FMS plan going from Sydney to Queenstown to... If it does, simply press return in order to return to the tutorial. Right. We don't have one, though. The airports appear in blue in the top right, and all other fields or page are now enabled. Yes. Select the alternate airport, type NZ Christchurch, and put that into the alternate on to left. Okay. Now, using the same method of typing, set flight number ANZ 232 in the flight number. We're Air New Zealand 232.
Air New Zealand 232. Sorry, my Kiwi accent's not that great. It's very much back of the throat, back nasally. I think the best way I heard it was like, if you got a bid.
Cost index is going to be 20. Cost index determines the trade-off between fuel consumption and the time the aircraft takes for the flight. A cost index of 0 means a flight with minimum fuel consumption versus 100 or is flying as fast as possible. Cruise flight level 360. 360. And the temperature will be inserted automatically, right? When you're finished, your McDo page should look like this. It does. Pause is 36090, ground temp plus 15. The only remaining action is to verify the IRS alignment on the IRS init page. Go to the IRS init page by clicking the 3 right. And unless you were really quick to get to this, IRS should be finished and show the current aircraft position. IRS is still aligning because I did turn those back on. So, as an exercise, we will verify these against the current DPS digit. Pop up the co-pilot McDo. And go to the data page. Go to the data page. Press data on the McDo. Keep data. There we go. And press left 3 on GPS. And we can see that the IRS coordinates and the GPS coordinates match. GPS coordinates 33.56.4, 151.098, 33.56.4, 151.098. Match. We are done with the co-pilot, so we can close this pop-up. Yep. As the next step, we need to provide fuel and payload data to the flight management system on the init page. So, on the init B page, to get to the init page, you can use the left-right arrow keys from init A page, right? So left, right. So if we go right, we now should be on init B. Though nothing here says B. It says init. We're in init. 3 values in this field need to be provided. 0 fuel weight itself, and block fuel to determine the values. We go back into the ToLiss menu. And we are going to loading performance. Okay. So adjust the payload to your liking. Throughout the tour, we'll simulate a full A320, which is 165 passengers. 165 passengers. GPS primary. Cool. And just enough cargo to reach the maximum 0 fuel weight of 11,000 grams. So 1,100 kilos in the forward cargo, and 2,400 kilos in the aft cargo. There we go. Make sure that zero fuel weight shown in the ICS issue is not shown in red. It is not. Hit apply and load these settings. Okay. Now that just above, apply and load the expense values for zero fuel weight CG and zero fuel weight that need to be entered in the McDo. Gross weight needs to be entered in tons and not kilograms. Right. So type these values into the scratch pad. So 64.2, 64.2. Right, so that's that value slash 30.8, 30.8, and that's going to go in my zero fuel weight CG. Right. On the move the fuel to 9,000 kilograms of fuel. 9,000 kilos. Go ahead and fuel that up. Enter the block fuel in tons, 9.0, and place into the block field, right? 9.0. That's going to go into our block field. There we are. Close the ISIS. You will now see the page title has changed to init fuel prediction. Yep, the following values are shown: trip fuel and time. Okay. Initial estimate, we will use 5.1 tons of fuel, which should last us 2 hours and 32 minutes. This is for a direct line between the imports. We haven't entered a route yet. As we plan the route, this value will change. We have a 5% reserve as a contingency in row 3, which means we add 5% to the estimated fuel route to account for inaccurate weather, etc. The time between the destination and the alternate airport is 34 minutes, with an estimated fuel consumption of 1.3 tons. Again, that's direct line. Next is time allocation for holding. The default is 30 minutes. Waiting time, right, which at the predicted landing leads to 1 ton of fuel consumed, right? The last line shows extra fuel, i.e. fuel that we have beyond the legal requirements, so we have 1.1 tons and another 33 minutes of flight endurance right here. Extra fuel appears a lot, but you'll notice as we plan the actual flight, this will go down quite a bit. The init pages have been filled completely. Now we need to fill the flight plan. So real quick, I want to go back and make sure that my IRS aligned. Okay, so we're going to go... we're going to go back to IRS init. And the IRSs are aligned. Yes, okay. Right. Click on flight plan. The flight plan page appears. For now, it shows the departure and the arrival airport in green, separated by a discontinuity. Then in blue, it shows the departure airport of the alternate route, which is equal to the arrival airport of the active route. Right. Yes. If you use the arrow keys to scroll down, you will see another discontinuity. And then the arrival at Christchurch. You will see another in the arrival airport of the alternate flight plan, NZCH, yes. Note on discontinuities. Discontinuities are not a sign of something wrong with the flight plan. They are simply an indication that you have not yet defined how to get from the point before discontinuity to the point behind the discontinuity. They do not require immediate deletion. In fact, you should avoid deleting them, but rather string the flight plan correctly as shown in this example. So for the active flight plan programming, the first step of editing the active flight plan is to determine the route out of YSSY as written at the start of the section. We want to leave via the SID, Sierra Yankee 2, So let's assume the departure runway is 34 right. To program this, we're going to choose, we're going to go back up to the top. Where's the top? End of alternate. Flight plan discon. Ugh. Let's just hit this button again. There we go. Alright, so there. Click on the key next to YSSY. So lateral revision. The lateral revision page appears. Click on the departure. And then and select runway 34 right. Okay, 34 right. There we are. And we are going to do the Sierra Yankee 2. Okay. And subsequently select none and select the transition, which is none. Yep. Then press temporary insert to move the temporary flight plan into the active flight plan. Okay. Check the flight plan visually, switch to the ND into the mode to plan. So if we come over here, switch the ND into plan mode. Oh, right, that's up here. Plan mode. There we go. The center of the ND is the waypoint currently selected in the second row of the McDo. Pop up the ND for better clarity. Right. So right now we are right. So we got that. We got that. So above 500. So the departure route consists of a simple straight line, a manual leg. The IRS is complete. The message GPS primary loss displayed both on the ND and the MD will be displayed. Presses GPS primary. This message can be cleared by pressing the clear in the McDo. Yes, that's fine. Next step is to program the first waypoint after the manual leg, which in our case is optic. All right, so here's manual. Yeah. So enter optic on the scratch pad. O, Oscar, Papa, Tango, India, Charlie. Click the LSK to the left of the discontinuity to enter the waypoint. Okay. Oh, right. So, put it here. Duplicate names. So select the first waypoint with the coordinates of 34 degrees south, 151 east, right. 45 nautical miles away versus 4,000. Select that one. And then we need to add airways, the airways of our Tasman Sea crossing starting from optic. So click the LSK to the left side of the newly added waypoint optic. And then we're going to click on airways. And then we are going to type Yankee 84, Yankee 84, from optic to Tottenham. So put that in the VIA. And then top row of left using left. For the next airway, there are two options. You can enter the terminating waypoint of the first waypoint in the to field, or you can simply enter the next airway to let FMGS define it. So to enter the next airway, we're going to go Papa 766. second one. And it's already determined that Tonham is the intersection of those two. Okay. We don't have to enter another wear point, so we're going to do the terminating of ADKOS, ADKOS. That's going to go into that point right there. And then temporary insert. Okay. Scroll down on the flight plan while monitoring the flight in D page. So manimal, optic, top of climb. Mikkel. So there's Tonham. There's Michael. There's Omkin. There's Dadlu. Let me range change out. Last item to define in the flight plan is the arrival into Queenstown. Scroll down until you have the ADKOS. Second row of the McDo. In the second row. Like that. Yeah. Click on 4 left to select destination airport, like here. And then... Wait. Hold on. Go back. I need to make sure that you select the green NZQN, not the blue one. Okay. Arrival. We're gonna do the RNAV Yankee into runway 23. RNAV 23 Yankee. Yep. There it is. RNAV 23 Yankee, yes. Then we're going to come down here and we're going to select the star of Uniform Bravo Delta Alpha. Uniform Bravo Delta Alpha for Bravo, yes. And the VIA is an additional approach procedure providing a transition from the star to the final approach. For this, we're going to use UGPED. And then transition from the cruise. And then last step is to select a transition from cruise to star, which we transition ADKOS to connect our segment. Right, ADKOS. Boom. Insert. Look at all that fun stuff going in there. Okay. Check the approach into Queensland by scrolling through the flight plan. Range in. Ladip. Gospa. Mabga. UGPED. QN779, QN774, ATVUP, QN760, QN755, 745, 741. Yep. Okay. The active flight plan is now complete. As you can see, the discontinuities disappeared on their own. Did they? Did they really? I have a discontinuity here. Backing up here. Yeah, I still have the discon. Alright. Now, alternate flight plan. With the exception of the discontinuity after the manual leg, which is supposed to be there. Okay. Alright, that's correct. Now, the alternate flight plan is programmed with the same basic principles as the active flight plan, will therefore provide a more compact description of what needs to be done. Let's recap the alternate route as was listed. There it goes. Scroll the flight plan such that you can see the start airport of the alternate route, which is going to be NZQN. So keep going up. Keep going up. There we are. We're going to select that one. We're going to select departure. We're going to select runway 23. We're going to choose the ANPO 3F. The transition is Timjo. Okay. Insert. And then now go down to Timjo. And we click on Timjo. We're gonna go Airways. We're gonna take the I'm gonna try and do this without their instructions here. Alright, so we're gonna do after Timjo, we're Yankee 153. Yankee 153. Oops. Clear. 153. There. Tadaki. DOPKI. Go. Insert. And then our arrival. So scroll up. So there's dot key. So click on Christchurch. Choose the arrival. We are doing the ILS runway 2. And we are going to be using the star of Duck 4A. Without a via? Out of change. Okay. Star. Transition none. Yeah. Yeah, none for the transition. Or no via. No via. No transition. Insert. Okay. Stop key. Hoodie. Good. Accelerate. And that end of alternate flight plan. There we go. Okay. Flight planning is complete. Now we finished editing the lateral route. We need to edit some performance parameters. En route RENs, a step climb to optimize fuel burn takeoff. For the takeoff performance, a performance calculator is included. Go to the perf page. Okay. On this page, 6 fields have to be filled prior to takeoff. V1, V2, VR. And initial climb speed, flex temp. Flex temp for takeoff thrust. This is used for takeoff with reduced thrust if the available runway length does not require a takeoff with full power. This field can be left empty if you plan on doing a full thrust takeoff. flap setting for the takeoff can be either 1, 2, or 3. Other values are not permitted. The horizontal stabilizer trim position, also known as pitch trim. For takeoff, all values are provided by the ISCS takeoff performance calculator. The other values, transition, alt, thrust reduction, acceleration altitudes, and engine out acceleration altitude are typically filled out automatically with reasonable values. Transition altitude is filed automatically with the data provided for the SID once the SID has been selected. Open the ToLiss screen and go to landing and performance, or no, loading. It's loading performance. Takeoff calculator is in the bottom right corner. Select slap configuration 1 plus F for takeoff. 1 plus F. For airports in the mountains, a runway slope can be selected. In Sydney, this is not necessary. As soon as the slap flap configuration is set, the takeoff performance calculator computes the appropriate data for takeoff, automatically retrieves all other data like runway length, aircraft weight, wind temperature, wind pressure, etc. The data needs to be manually transferred into the McDo. The real aircraft does not support automatic upload of takeoff speeds for safety reasons. Note the values that you say may differ slightly from the one shown here. We recommend copying the values you get from the performance instead of the one shown here. To transfer the data display on the side, copy the data field by field data entry works as usual. Right. So V1 is 148. 148. Rotate is 154. 154. B2 is 156, 156, come on, 156, why is the 1 key 156, let's see here, the Inter 73, the Flex 2 temp. Note the higher, yeah, Flex temp is 73. The higher the value, the less thrust you'll have during a flex takeoff. For flap settings and THS, enter the string 1. Why is that not plugging in? 1 slash up 0.0 0 0. THS is up 0.0. Flaps are 1. Yes. I don't understand why it doesn't give me that string here. I have to know this though. Or note up 0.0 and down 0.0 the same. Yes. The line packs on in the takeoff performance calculator. This line right down here indicates that we can conduct the takeoff with the packs on. This means we do not need to worry about turning the packs off prior to initiating takeoff. If your altimeter setting is different from the QNH of 1002 chosen for the thrust reduction and acceleration altitudes, fifth line may be different from what is shown above. 1830. Okay, so it should be 1002. 2. This will adjust automatically. We need to do the wind. Turn the flight plan page by pressing the flight plan. Alright, wind data is part of the vertical flight planning, which is accessible via the right soft keys next to optic. So So this is the vertical revision page at Optic. Click Access Wind Data to get the wind data page. The waypoint from which we selected the wind data page was part of the departure route, therefore the climb main page opens. Why did you dig at me? Barrel reference cross-check, yes. On the wind page, you can either enter the winds in the true wind direction, wind speed, altitude, G9, 50, 20,000 for 50 knots from the east, or you can use the wind request. This feature is available for climb winds prior to departure and is available for descent winds shortly before reset later. To use the wind request, press wind request, and the FMGS will automatically export its current wind setting to the FMGS. Twice. We also need to check the cruise wind to ensure the appropriate fuel and time predictions. Note that the highest wind on this page, 230 degrees, 50 knots at 30,000 feet. Yes. Press next phase. So cruise wind, you can see that the wind data for the cruise winds have been uploaded. Also, if you want to, you can scroll through the waypoints with the vertical slew buttons. Check the wind at different waypoints. Press return twice to return to the flight plan page. The last missing item is the step altitude at waypoint Ambient. Scroll the flight plan to any cruise waypoint, for example, Michael. Right? Press the right soft key next to the waypoint to go again into the vertical revision page. Right? Enter step altitudes by pressing and clicking on step altitudes. Yes. Oh, okay. This is how you. We want to increase our cruise altitude to flight level 380. So enter 380. Oh. There. 380 slash Ambient. Up there. Note that besides the step altitude, the associate, we can now see the distance and time to that point. Alright, return to the flight plan by pressing return twice. Turn. Link button. Programming is not complete. At last check, we should verify the fuel requirements that the flight plan has the flight path and meteorological conditions. Press the init button on the McDo. And left and right to get to init B. Here, the extra fuel has reduced. Because this is a lot of extra fuel to use due to the exact definition of this. A lot of extra fuel and useful reserve for Tasman carrier seek crossing. Be another good moment for a situation save. How do you do a situation save? Save situation. Cool. Right. Secondary flight plan preparation. In real life, there's always a possibility of a runway change short for departure. It can be foreseen that what possible alternative runway is. It may be worth it to plan for departure from that runway while still at the gate, as this is less stressful. You can use secondary flight plan to plan such a departure from another runway. Another use of the secondary flight plan is to pre-plan a return to the departure airport in case of a technical issue. We will use it to plan the departure from runway 33. To access the secondary flight plan, press secondary flight plan. We'll simply copy the active flight plan into the secondary in order to initiate the secondary flight plan. This is the easiest, as practically all of secondary flight plan will be the same except for the departing runway. So we're going to copy active. We want to plan an alternate departure from runway 34 left in order to modify the procedure. As for the main big, click on this here, select departure, select 34 left. Using the Sierra Yankee 2, the Sydney 2, and no transition. And the Sierra Yankee 2, no transition. And insert. Okay. Departure route for the secondary flight plan is now updated to runway 34 left. You can set the ND range to 20 nautical miles. To 20, it's set to 20. Yeah. And you can see two different departures. The active one is in green, the secondary one is in white. That's cool. Scrolling down the secondary flight plan while keeping the plan shows you the point optic, the active and the secondary are identical. So go manual, optic, yeah, everything becomes the same. As we change the departure runway, we need to perform the takeoff calculation for a new runway for the secondary flight plan. To do the following, to enter the secondary takeoff performance page, click on secondary flight plan and then click on perf. Secondary flight plan, perf. We need to open the compute the performance data. Right. 1 plus F. And then secondary flight plan. There we go. 154, 154, 154, plug. 154, plug. 156, plug. The flex temp is 73. And we are doing 1/up 0.0. Okay. Close. Okay. All right. Everything is programmed. In fact, I want this on my regular flight plan. Or actually, I want it on my perf page. There we go. All right. All right, before we can leave the gate, we have to ensure that all switches on the glare shield, main panel, and pedestal are in the right position. The first item is the barrel reference. In this case, we know the correct setting is 1002. We set that. However, for other flights, so we have to tune to ATIS. ATIS frequency 126.25. So 126.25. 126.25. VHF1 is selected.
4 left, 3, 4 right, wind 300 degrees at 10 knots, visibility more than 10 miles, sky clear, temperature 8, dew point -15, QNH 1002, advise on initial contact you have information, Victor.
Victor! We have Victor. Okay, so just verify 1002, 1, 2, and 3 times. Good. Right? 3 times. Yep. You note to simplify your life, you can select the option sync barrel sensors. on. Yes. Okay. Check out that the FD buttons are on, right? Flight director on, flight director is on, good. Set the navigation mode display to arc. And a range of 10 nautical miles. And check the flight control unit status, speed, Mach, window, display, dashes. Right, speed, Mach is display dashes. Heading is dashed. Altitude window, dial in 5,000 feet. As we assume that as the first clearance altitude from ATC. Check the loudspeaker knob next to the PFD set to about 70%. Set at 70, roughly 70%. Yeah. Sure that nose wheel steering and anti-skid is on. It is. Just wanted to see something here. Yes. Ha ha. That's nice. Okay. All right. Check the transponder setting. Transponder is located in the bottom right. We don't discuss ATC in this tour, so we're simply assuming a squawk of 5576. 76. Doesn't matter, we're not online. Ensure system 1 is selected. Which it should be. We will come over here and verify. Section down. Alright, system 1 is selected, auto, we're on auto, and ABB is no. TCAS should not be switched on before reaching the holding point for the departure runway. System 1 is selected unless failed. Now it's time to become independent from external power. We'll start the APU for that. Go to the overhead pin and press the first APU master switch. Right, overhead panel. Okay, APU, master switch, and then 5 seconds later the APU start switch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Follow the APUs on the secondary display. The opening of the APU flap takes about 20 seconds. There it's open. After that, the rotational speed starts increasing until it reaches 100%. Once the APU start is complete, you will see APU available in the emergency and warning display. APU's available. There we go. All right. So now. All right. So now we can disconnect the external power. Ensure that before the APU generate. Ensure that APU gen push button is on. APU gen. APU gen. APU gen. Yep, that's on. Okay. So we'll turn off the external power. There's the little click. And remove the chocks. Okay. And parking brake is set. And brake accumulators look good. Good. Okay. So click on the intercom button on the ACP to open up. Oh, wow. Really? It has that? Nice! Click on external power to remove external power. Nice. Nice. And then wow. Whoa. Cool. That's cool. Alright, and then the ground external power is no longer open. Good. APU bleeds on. Alright. Good, good, good. We're ready for pushback. We have to switch on the beacon and the anti-collision light. Beacon light on. Thrust levers are auto. Start the block time counter on the main time clock by moving the switch from position stop to position run. Right. Where is it? Ah, over here. Right, there we go. Initiate pushback via the ICS. Ground services. Move the slider for rotation failed to the left and slide distance to 68. So slide this to 68 and rotate this tail left. And then click start auto pushback nose wheel. After a short moment, pushback truck appears. Should get a nose wheel disconnected. Once the pushback truck is attached to the nose wheel, release the parking brake. Okay. Nose wheel steering disconnected. We've stopped moving. We're going to release the parking brake. Here we go. I still miss the unprofessional, better pushback guy. I need to go get better pushback. Pushing at 68 meters, and then it's going to rotate us.
Light 'em up.
I couldn't hear that. I hope you guys heard that. And that's because yeah, it's just not the same. We're parked. Let's go back inside. Whoops. Go ahead and apply the parking brake. Oop. This guy should disconnect. There he goes. See ya. Bye-bye. Okay, go back inside. Let's start up these puppies. So what we're gonna do is we are going to We're gonna switch to engine start to ignition start. And then we're gonna turn on dual cooling over here. And we're gonna start up number 2. Okay. Stabilized and available. Good. N1 is stabilized. Good. And now we're gonna do engine 1. Preachy use barking. Rising. And available and stabilized. All right. We are going to go back to normal. And we're going to turn off dual cooling, and we're going to turn off the APU bleed. Yep, engine start is complete. To arm the ground spoilers. And we're going to go to 1 plus, set the flaps to 1 plus F. So we're going to go no, that one right there. One plus F. Flaps set. Let's just look outside to verify. Flaps and slats are extended. Good. Alright. Ensure the rudder trim is 0 or within 0.2 degrees. Rudder trim is set to 0. Good. Set pitch trim. Pitch trim to 0. We are set at pitch trim of 0. Good. Switch off the APU. The available light will remain until 2 minutes after it passed. Since the APU bleed has been switched off, once the time has passed, the APU will shut down and the available light will extinguish. As the things happen in real life, ATC decides to now change our departure from runway 34 right to 34 less taxi and a longer runway, but some reforwards. Luckily for us, we foresaw this, and all we did do is make the secondary flight plan the active flight plan with 2 easy clicks. Go to the McDo. Right? Click on the activate secondary. What? Secondary flight plan, activate secondary. Go. The message check takeoff data reminds us to verify the V speeds have been correctly copied over. Yeah, so we'll go perf 154, 154, 156. Yes. Flaps 1, 0, down. Good, good, good. Taxi to the runway. Okay, good. Switch on the nose wheel light which is this one. Come on, where's the click spot? There we go. That should be set to taxi now. Yep, it's set to taxi. Good. Release the parking brake. Parking brake's off. Apply a little thrust. Okay, here we go. Give me about 30% thrust there. Okay. Brake check. Brakes not working? My brakes don't seem to be working. Okay. Oh. That could be why. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Some flight control sweep. What do I want there? Flight controls. Hold on, brake here, real quick. Which one is the flight controls? Flight controls, the one that says FCTO. Okay, left, right, forward, back, right rudder, left rudder, good. Brakes, 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 good. Okay, back up. Let's go. Alright, auto brakes to max. Takeoff config. Runway 7. I don't want runway 7. Or you need to go this way. You know, it'd help if I had a map up. Let me just check the map here, see where I'm going. Navigraph. Navigraph. Oh yeah, I can click the online one. No, don't need that one. Where am I going? Can you find me? Yeah, you found me. Okay, cool. So we're going to 34 left. So we got to proceed down hotel, then we got to turn right on Alpha, down to the end of 34 left. Okay. Whoops. Nope. Close that. Close that. Kevin's ready. All right, here we go. All right, let's taxi. Blue. Lights on, cabin ready, spoilers arm, flaps takeoff. Takeoff config is normal, cabin's ready, TCAS is in standby. Okay. This thing taxis so slowly. Clunk. Clunk. Southwest taxi, baby. Whoa, 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 whoa. Where are you going, airplane? Don't be doing that. Alright, this next one here is Alpha. We're going to be making the right turn. Blinker on. Looking left, looking right. ATC. Sydney Tower, Air New Zealand 232. Holding short, runway 25 at Alpha. And cleared to cross 25 at Alpha. Air New Zealand 232, 232. It's off my blinker fluid, yeah. stutter again. It's annoying. I think it has to do something with the USB and the Go XLR. Yeah, I was already using the Go XLR before. It's not as bad as it was. So earlier today and yesterday, it could be a bad connection. It's a lot of things it could be. Audio over USB is a bit of a hit or miss. Because USB 3.0 is not so great with it. It's either way. I can live with what it's doing right now. But I'm going to do some more investigation. Braking action. All right, 3-4 left at Alpha 6. Let's pause there. Thrust is off. All right, we're going to perform a takeoff on a long runway, so we're not performance limited. Therefore, it's not required to switch off the air conditioning packs. So we're going to switch on the external lights. So we're going to nose wheel light is going to take off. Okay, landing lights are coming on. Runway turnoffs are coming on. Strobe light is already on. Right? Nope, strobes are on. And beacon is on, wings are off, nav and logos in position 1. Set TCAS mode to TARA. Go to TARA, which is all the way over here like this. TARA. And for the beginning, we suggest to set the target switch filter on the top left to on instead of auto. Okay. If this is set to auto, no TCAS targets are displayed on the ND unless a traffic or resolutionary advisory is issued. Alright, set the weather system into system 1. Oh, my view is still down. Okay. Weather is going to go to system 1. Nope. System 1, yeah. PWS is in principle it's not needed to switch when flying in cabin conditions. However, to demonstrate the right time to switch it on or off, we included this tutorial. Also set the PWS switch to auto. Okay. Taxi onto the runway, align with the runway, heading in, performance full stop. Okay. Let's go. Line up and wait, 3-4 left. New Zealand, 232. Kiwi 232. Thank you. Okay. 3-4 left. Alright, perform the takeoff. Feel free to pop up the PFD for this. Yeah, we'll keep the PFD up here. Set engines to 50%. Set engines to 50% N1 and wait until the engine's stabilized at this value. Thrust levers are set at 50% N1 if the little blue circle is next to the tick mark 5. Okay. Release the brakes. Set it to there. Wait for it to stabilize. Okay. Release the brakes. Set to flex. There we go. Gear up. Climb. Transition altitude. Not transition altitude. Oh, 1,000 to go. Aircraft will now level off at 500,000 feet. Let's assume the ATC instructs us to fly a heading of 90 degrees. Pull the heading selector knob. Oh, because I turned the knob to the left. Duh. Whatever. I'm still hand flying this too. Making sure they never told us to turn on the autopilot, right? Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna go direct. Optic. Insert. Did not revert. Yeah, I'm not quite in the right detent to be there. Where the hell are you going? gate yet, standard barrel. Seatbelt's gonna come off. Go back into nav, right? You have to push insert if you want to go direct. Ah, insert. Haha! That's the button I missed. Thank you, brown over blue. Appreciate the... Did I miss? Yep, direct to insert. Yep, I missed a step. There we go. Appreciate that, and welcome to the chat. This is my first time flying the bus. Alright, so we're climbing. Alright, once stabilized on the straight leg following waypoint optic. Showcase a bit more of the operation of the FMGS, we will demonstrate a reversion to heading mode and back to navigation mode. So once stabilized on the straight leg following waypoint optic, so we haven't quite hit optic yet, we'll pull on it. We're going to pull on the heading knob to go back into heading. Get heading and open climb, right? And we'll go left for a heading of 090, and then fly like that until our lateral deviation shows 2.0 left or more, and then we'll return to manage by pressing on the heading knob so left mouse click with one dot visible. You'll see nav armed in blue and the PFD and the MMICDO will show message no nav intercept. Right. But we're gonna wait until here. We are one beyond. Auto thrust in the Airbus? I mean, I guess you just put the thrust levels in the right area, huh? Wow. Yeah, you just push it forward into the appropriate details. Okay. Ah, too far. There is auto thrust, but the thrust levers don't move at all. Ah, yeah, it's all computer controlled. I guess we should have locked the cockpit door up. That off there. Don't need to see that. Just move. What was that? Oh, anti-scan off. Okay. Wait. Why would you do that? Why would that be off? What did I hit that turned that off? That was weird. Why is that on? Okay. So many weird things that happen in this thing. Alright. Verifying the lights, beacon strobes. Nav lights are off. Runway turnoffs are off. Right? Runway turnoffs are off now. Retracted. Taxiway lights are off. Good. Everything looks good up there. Everything's set. All right. Let's continue the climb up. Alright, here comes our turn. We're going to go to Tottenham, and so now we're going to go ahead and do a reversion to heading mode, and then back to nav mode. So if we look at the heading knob, and we got 1 dot, or we got 2 dots. 2 dots, 1 dot is a push, 2 dots is a pull. Right. So we'll let it finish making this turn here. Check those out. Alright, seem to be headed in the turn correctly here, so now what we're going to do is we are going to pull the heading knob, and we are going to rotate to 90 degrees, heading 090. Watch this screen here. We should start getting a lateral. There's point 1 on the left, point 2 to the left, point 3. 2 now. Alright, so now let's return to manage navigation mode. Pressing the heading knob with 1 dot visible will put the dot on there. But now it's going to say on the McDo, no nav intercept. Okay? So, what we need to do is we need to rotate the heading knob till we're on an intercept heading. So we'll go 150. Clear that, and then nav mode should engage again. There's the intercept. There we go. There's nav mode. And then we're going to re-engage manage climb mode by pressing the altitude selector knob. Now we're in manage climb. Okay. So now on the equitime point, this flight contains an ETOP segment, in which the diversion to the closest airport will be more than 60 minutes. In this case, the equitime point function comes in handy to know at which point it's better to turn around in case of failure, in which case it's better to continue the flight. In our specific case, the airports closest to the beginning of the ETOP segment is our departure airport, and the airport closest to the end of the ETOP segment is our destination airport. That's the only other airport that can accommodate an A320 on New Zealand's South Island is Christchurch. To access the equitime point function, click on the data page in the McDo. And then click on the equitime point soft key. Okay. As the ETOPS entry and ETOPS exit points are the same as our departure and destination, we do not need to re-enter them. Note that this is not always the case. However, we need to update the wind data. A diversion following an engine failure would be performed at a drift down altitude, which is somewhere around flight level 200. Hence, it makes sense to use a wind speed between the wind at flight level 100 and flight level 300, which would be 250 at 35 knots. So enter 250/35 in the true wind fields for both airports. 250/30. Why did they go to 0? Why did that not work? That's weird. Oh, 35. 250/. Jeez. 250/35. 250/35. There we go. Now, the ETP will be computed once you reach your cruise altitude. So wait until we reach 360, which is really close. You're nearly there. To go. Mach, Alt Star. All right, and now that we're in our cruise altitude, now we're starting to get that information here. Distance, so right now would be best to turn around. Our equidistance point is going to be 270 miles before Ambient. Yeah. So we are 371 miles from our ECMA. Looking back here through their instructions, I'm trying to find out where they told us to turn on the autopilot, because I missed that. The engine's to 50% in one. Use the brakes, thrust levers to flex. There it is. After reaching 400 feet above, engage autopilot 1. That's where with the autopilot. Yeah. Okay, fair enough. I missed that step. All right. Now, in the tutorial, since we're not online, we can do this. We can skip through the plan. So this tutorial flight is a total of 2 hours, most of which is in cruise over water and therefore not overly adventurous. ToLiss A320Neo provides means to shorten the cruise segment, namely jump to the next waypoint or jump 200 nautical miles function. This function is available under the following conditions. AP lateral mode is in nav, AP vertical mode is in alt cruise, bank angle is almost 0, cross-track error on flight path. Okay. So one more time. The tutorial flight duration is a total of 2 hours, most of which is in cruise over water and therefore not overly adventurous. The ToLiss A320Neo provides means to shorten. If you haven't tried it. I recommend the add-on sound pipe from KOSP Sounds. They're really nice. Okay. I think, so this ToLiss A320Neo has the F-Mod pack right now. But I'll definitely check out. I'm going to make a note of that here. KOSP Sound. So, once again, AP lateral mode, which is right here, needs to be in nav. AP vertical mode needs to be in alt cruise. Bank angle should be almost 0. Cross-track error on flight is almost 0. There's no cross lateral offset. Distance to the next waypoint is at least 1 nautical mile. We're at 60. If the distance to the next waypoint is less than 200 nautical miles, the available function is jump to next waypoint. Otherwise, it will be jump 200 nautical miles. In our tutorial flight, the conditions for waypoint jumping are fulfilled once the aircraft reaches cruise altitude on its way to Tonham. It is flying straight and level, and lateral offside has subsided to less than 0.1 nautical miles. Set the ND range to 320, which we are at 320. Open the ISC, the ToLiss menu. I'm just going to call it the ToLiss menu. And go to the joystick actions. Click on jump to next waypoint. Jump to next waypoint. There it is. Boom. The aircraft will now be put directly before the transition turn at the next waypoint. The corresponding amount of fuel that would have been consumed is removed from the tanks. Well, that's cool. Once on the turn at Tonham is complete, the function will be available again with the label jump 200 nautical miles. Okay, so let's just close you. We have the fuel up here. And again, the ToLiss menu. Man, this menu's... There we go. That's better. It doesn't need it. So now I have the jump 200 nautical miles. So I hit that. Boom. Fuel used does. Yeah. There's our equitime point. Nice. Verify the estimated fuel on board at the destination type on the McDo flight plan page. Now I'm set 3.1 versus 3.7. Look at the fuel page. Fuel page is this one. Nearly symmetric. We're about 10 kilos left on the left side because that's what the APU is using. We can do another 200 nautical mile jump, but we need to stop jumping as Amkin has a step climb. Okay. There we go. Now we have to wait until we're close enough to Amkin for the step climb. In the meanwhile, we can... Coke Cutter, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. the step climb. In the meanwhile, we can verify on the McDo progress page if we have the right weight to perform the step climb. So what we're going to do is progress page. Optimal's 361. Our maximum altitude is higher than our target step climb of 380, right? It's 384. So we are light enough to execute the climb. However, it's not necessarily fuel optimal. To do so at this point, the optimal altitude is still 361. However, to demonstrate, we're going to do the step climb anyways. 20 miles before reaching Opkin, the message "Step Now" will appear in the McDo. It's still 126. So to execute the step climb, select 380 on the FCU and push the altitude. The rest of the crews will just watch the show and maybe explore the cabin or the 3D model. We can't jump to Deadloo because we need to start preparing for our descent. All right. Awesome. I'll take a cup of coffee. So once we actually get the step, go take a look around, look at different things. Go ahead and close this menu. Not much to see outside. I'm going to turn down the volume real quick. Yep, ocean. Close the fuel page, don't need that open. That is really annoying. The pop-out McDo does that. Okay. Where is that click spot? Progress page, perf page. Point 1. That's cool. So we passed the ETP. We are now closer to New Zealand than we are I mean, I have a vibration in my. What would that be? PIB. It's 20 degrees. Nice. Everybody's chilling. Oh. It's 22. Cargo's at 15 degrees. Good. Nah, I like to keep the cockpit cool. Okay, I'm gonna have a bite to eat. Got my Euro here. Soggy French fries. They're always soggy. Fine. I'm gonna read ahead here. Top of descent. Top of descent will be after Dadlow. Okay. All right. Oh, get some sounds back. Progress. GA flight, all right, like Shinrar said, right, we're gonna mixture rich, start, good, we're done. Airliners, far more complicated. But that's cool. I'm gonna stand for a minute here, guys. And everybody should stand. Stand, stretch, get up there. Been waiting for that. Do that. Still 60 miles away. You stood up when I said stand up. You can sit down now. Get good. All right. Don't mind me, just finishing up my dinner here. So, just so everybody's clear, what the plan is we are going to do, according to the tutorial, we're doing a go-around here. At Queenstown is what we're going to be doing. So we're going to take it all the way down to minimums, and then we're going to push the go-around button. We're going to watch what the system does. Now, we're about 22 miles from Onkin, so I expect the climb now button to appear any moment now. And we'll follow the step climb instructions to climb up to flight level 380. So there's the step now message on the McDo. So what we're going to do is so we're going to, on the FCU, we're going to select 380 and push it. And now it says new cruise altitude 380. Clear that message. And now we're back into thrust climb. And we can see here 600 feet per minute, 700 feet per minute, 800. There's the dot. I think that deserves a whiskey. So, for our cruise drink, we're going to go with the same we had last night, which is the Revenant Oak peated whiskey from Andalusia Whiskey here in Texas. Beautiful. Give myself a finger of that. I prefer mine with a splash of water. Just a wee bit. There we go. And we'll let the plane climb. Now, instead of sitting up here in the cockpit, let's go explore. Let's see how well I can remember X-Plane's controls. Oh, right. Unlock. There we go. So apparently, like 100 and some of these circuit breakers are all mapped. Whoa, what did I do? Engine reverse, auto thrust off. What happened? What happened? Oh, I put the reversers in. No. There we go. Okay. How do I re-engage auto thrust? Do I just push this? Or just push that back into management? Hey, we're still climbing. What did I do? See, I'm not seeing anything on the scoreboard here that says that I'm in a managed thrust. I'm seeing that I'm in a climb, then I'm in nav mode. Yes, I know. Auto thrust. There we go. Got it. All right, thrust climb. Good. 200 feet to go. What's interesting is that I didn't get the audible warning that at 1,000 to go. Hi, can we have a cup of coffee? Let's kind of get up here and be at normal level. Get in the lab? Okay. This lab's not model. No. Forward. Go forward. Overhead bins modeled? Dude, this is economy. All the seats are economy. Where's first class? Domestic first class, come on. At least European domestic first class. No in-flight entertainment. Just, ugh. Wing view. Alright, so I've got McDo view, cockpit view, center, pedestal, left side, right side, and overhead. Alright, we need some other views here. Let's go up. Let's go left. Back. I call this the GoPro shot. Goes to lucky number 7. Then let's go back to 1. Let's go forward. Up a little bit. Pilot's view. There's an 8, so we've got overhead, co-pilot, GoPro. Actually, that's a little bit close. And then I need one more shot, which I think that's going to be the Avatab, because we're going to need it here. So, zoom in on the Ava. That. Alright, so here are my views. 0 is the McDo. 1 is my standard view. Actually, adjust that a little bit. Bend that down. Just trying to make it feel a little bit more natural. Maybe a little forward. Yeah, that's good there. Try that. 2 is going to be the center displays, the warning messages. 3 is the whole pedestal. 5, and I'm going to skip 4 and 6 because 4 and 6 are in the cabin. 5 is the Avatab. 7 is the GoPro view. 8 is the co-pilot's window. 9 is the overhead. 4 is that left side cabin view that we were just doing. And 6 is the right side view. View of number 2. Go back to 4. Let's turn around. And let's explore the back of the cabin. Well, that's not right. So that's correct. That is A, that's B, that's C. That's not correct. Yeah, interact with the overhead bins. Alright, we're in the back. See, that's just all wrong. Remove before the flight. Flight attendant's arm door. Oh, I forgot to say it. Then little flight attendant window. Alright, let's look outside. So let's check out the outside views. Oh yeah, bring down the volume a little bit here. Go. Fly by. An aircraft carrier? Okay. This is my favorite circle view. Grab a little screenshot here. One more. But all right, let's head back inside. So, top of descent. Progress. $116 miles to top of descent. Okay. So, let's go ahead and start our descent information. So here's what's going to happen. About 10 minutes or about 60 nautical miles out from top of descent. Okay. We're going to start requesting a descent. Now, of course, we can get a report here. I hit this button, report. It's telling us that top of descent at flight level 380 is in 110 miles. So at 60 nautical miles, we're going to go ahead and insert the destination data by coming over here to our Avi tab. And then we're going to go to landing performance. And we're going to get the METAR here. So QNH is 1003. Temperature is 7. Dew points minus 18. It's very dry. Wind is 288 at 10. So we'll plug that into the perf page. God dang it. Stop it. Go away, tray table. So here in the perf page, once we get within that top of descent, could activate the approach mode. So the last item on this page, so we're going to enter the QNH, we're going to enter the temperature, and we're going to enter the magnetic wind and speed. Then we will be looking at the minimum descent altitude, or MDA, so minimums. So if we're looking at the charts for Queensland and the RNAV 23 Yankee approach, let me see here, Avatab, charts, nope. They didn't load any charts from writers. Navgraph. Second. What happened here? That didn't work. grabs charts. And we'll go to NZQN. Queenstown. We'll go over the charts for that. We're looking at the approach plate for RNAV Yankee. So just do it this way here, just real quick. So you can see this. Boom. Go. So if we go to charts and we're looking for the approach plate for RNAV 23 Yankee. There is no approach plate. There we go. Okay, well, look at this one. This is the RNAV Zulu, but it should be similar. The decision altitude 2709. Over if RNP 0.3 is 2709. So this is different from the chart they have. The chart they have goes down to 1875. We have better. That's why the RNAV Yankee. So why don't I see the RNAV Yankee? Procedures. RNAV Yankee. Runway what, 23? Yeah, runway 23, RNAV Yankee. Where's the chart? You don't have the chart for it. Boo. Alright, well. That sucks. But that's what it looks like. That's what we're gonna do. So, 64. Just waiting for the enter destination information there. So we're going to enter the minimums. And we'll also try to get the ATIS on 126.4. So just tune in 126.4. Just have that set up there. All right. This distance destination is 59 miles. We are less than 60 nautical miles from our top of descent here. So let's go ahead and start this out. So, on the McDo. Right. What we're going to do here is we're on the Perf Cruise page, which is where we're at. And we've got the progress. Okay. Right, progress. Damn it to hell! Close! Don't like that. Progress page, please. The report. Okay. Distance 53.1 miles. Good. We've got that. Alright. Landing performance, METAR is there, good. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to the performance page. We are going to click on next phase, firm, click on that twice, and then we are going to enter 1002, and that is gonna go into the QNH. We're going to enter 08 for the temperature. Actually, we're going to enter 07 for the temperature. And the magnetic winds are 288 at 10. 288/10. Plug that in there. And then the minimum descent altitude. So for this particular approach, again, that MDA, we talked about 1875. So 1875. That's going to go into our barrow right there. And we still don't have the destination data in there, and that's fine. So final RNAV 23 Yankee, QNH, temperature, magnetic wind, transition altitude is 15,000 feet. Okay, good, good, good. To have the correct descent profile, it's also necessary to provide descent wind data. In order to have the correctly calculated descent profile, you can do this be done automatically if we're close enough. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to the flight pan page. We are going to scroll and scroll so that we have the top of descent on the top row. So we'll do this like that. And then we're going to click on the right soft key next to any waypoint after the top of descent. So for example, Bevco. And then we're going to click Access Wind Data. And then we're going to do a wind request. Current X-Place wind probe will be copied into the fields providing the descent wind. Now the McDo has all the data required to compute an idle descent profile into Queensland. Return to the McDo flight pan page by pressing the flight pan button. And reduce the ND's range to 80 nautical miles. So we'll go back here to 1. And we'll drop this range to 80. When the distance to top of descent is 5 nautical miles, we will then initiate our descent. Well, we're not there yet. In fact, what we'll do is we'll go ahead and dial in 3,000 feet here. Now we're choosing 3,000 feet because that's just below the final approach fix altitude of 3,300 feet. So by that point, the aircraft will transition into final mode by the time we reach 3,000 feet. And then we will push, so that's 1 dot on the icon, like that. 2 dots is a pull, 1 dot is a push, 2, 1. I'm doing this for myself. So we'll push that in when we're ready. When we're at 5 miles to top of descent. Can I, like, resize this? Oh, okay. Go ahead and push that in, and so now we're going to begin a descent. So floorboard says descent, speed, good, okay. Flight pan, Bevco, Bevco, wind data, request. progress. Vertical deviation is fine. We look at that. We already begun our descent. I wonder what that indicator means. Alright, so we're heading to ADCOS. Flight plan. So the autopilot vertical mode becomes DES. That tray table is going to be killed. So we're in DES. Actually, just close that. We're in DES here. And depending on the exact point we're in initial thrust, we can be in auto thrust. We'll either stay in Mach mode or idle. The auto thrust will either stay in mode Mach if we're below profile or thrust idle on or above profile. Why does that say speed? It just says speed. It doesn't say Mach. The flight phase has transitioned from cruise to descent. Here it says I'm in the approach phase. Not in the descent phase, I'm in the approach phase. Note the green circle next to the altitude band. Go ahead and do our landing data calculations. Okay, so on the EFB, we're going to go to landing performance. We're going to go verify the data on the page for landing conditions, QNH, wind, stuff like that. Enter our expected landing weight into the LW field. So landing weight, data. Field prediction, here we go. 3.1. Fuel. Okay. $67.4. Select medium on the braking mode. Runway is fairly short and low auto brake will not be sufficient. Once all the fields have been entered, 288 at 10, 7 degrees, 1003, dry, anti-ice off. Yeah. Press compute. And the calculator confirms that the runway is long enough. We are in green. We've got about, in this case, 486 meters. So we're going to set auto brakes now. Auto brakes are going to medium. And when passing through 15,000 feet, we will set our QNH and we'll turn on our terrain. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking from the flight deck. We've begun a descent down into Christchurch on the South Island of New Zealand. We'd like to thank you for flying Air New Zealand, and we know you got a choice in flights today, but we thank you for coming on board with us. We should be on the ground here, provided no problems, in about 20 minutes or so. So go ahead and start packing up your things. We'll be turning on the seatbelt sign here shortly. Flight attendants, please prepare the cabin for arrival. Thrust is idle. Yes, we're at idle thrust now. Good. There's that circle. Alright, things are going to start happening quickly here. With the whiskey away. What was the QNH again? QNH was 1003. Now we play the game of pilot monitoring. I want to look here. Well, there's no... See, this is still in cruise mode. It still thinks we're in cruise mode, but we're just clearly in descent and approach mode. Bet we can pick up the ATIS. We have information, Oscar. are getting awful close. Go ahead and turn on the terrain. Go ahead and go into constraints mode. Now we'll bring the range down to 20. Idle thrust, freaking just coasting it right into the islands. Queensland approach. QE232. Descending at a flight level 170 for 3,000 feet. Information Oscar. Here. Doing all right. Making that turn. There's transition altitude, so we'll go ahead and press this button right here and set that to 1003. You're also set. Good. 1003. 1, 2, 3 times. Transition altitude set. Next step will be at 10,000 feet. Remember, friends, this is all default scenery. I haven't loaded any airports, any scenery, any orthographics. This is X-Plane 12 default scenery. That's what you're seeing. And there's definitely no winter going on here. Even though winter is fully going on in New Zealand right now. Looks like I got some VORs coming in there. Lateral deviation? Vertical deviation, lateral deviation. Got a little bit going on here. Might be just dealing with wind. Yeah, got a bit of a tailwind pushing us around here. Thrust push back in here. Okay, so we can't even go down to 10,000 feet till we're past Ugped, so we gotta hold out here. In fact, we're a little low already, being at, oh, we're at 11,000 feet, yeah. So as we cross Magma, it might start letting us descend here. Basically, at 779, we got to be at 9,000 feet. Yep, there we go. Now we're starting to come down. Back to idle thrust. All right, let's stay ahead of the airplane. We're going to go ahead and turn on the seatbelt sign. And we'll go ahead and turn on our landing lights. Ladies and gentlemen, the captain has turned on the fasten seatbelt sign. Please bring your seatbacks and tray tables to their upright, fully locked position. We will be landing shortly. Okay. So, as we pass through 10,000 feet, at this point the speed has been reduced to green dot speed, right? So we're just below 220. As the procedure has a 210 speed limit, right? In order to fully comply with the speed limit, we're going to extend the flaps to position 1. So ensure that we are less than 230 knots. We are less than 230 knots. I'm going to call for flaps 1. Flaps 1. Okay, flaps 1 is called for. Extending. No, it didn't work. There it goes. Flaps 1. Okay. Extend flaps to position 1. Descent remains automatically managed. Okay. Press the approach button on the FCU. So we're going to print approach right here. Approach button is armed. So now we've got approach nav, we've got this alt final, descent, idle thrust, got a little bit of speed because we're in the turn now. Around waypoint Q779, which is what we just passed, we're going to start decelerating, which we're already done. And the Spartan will reduce to allow flap speed, right. So now the speed's going to drop to S speed on the here. The aircraft will keep following the descent path. Once the aircraft reaches the initial point fix of 774, which is in 1 nautical mile, the autopilot mode will be the combined mode of final approach with auto thrust mode to speed. Also, the vertical and lateral deviation scales will have appeared in the PFD. Yes, we already see that. And then we're going to bring the ND down to 10. And we're going to leave it in the arc mode. Arc, yep, it's in arc. Good. And then once we hit 4,000, we'll go flaps 2. Should be somewhere around here. We are planning for a go-around. It's Quebec November 760. Okay, flaps 2, gear down.
2,500.
Flaps 2, gear down. Yes, I know, we're slowing down. It's slowing down, don't worry about it. We're good. Jeez. Should have been. Alright, speed brakes are armed.
2,000.
Nose wheel light goes to taxi.
Terrain.
Nose wheel light goes to taxi. Runway turn-off lights are coming on. And we're going to let them know we're on final. Okay. And there's the runway. Let's go flaps 3. Flaps 3 set. Alright, here we go. No blue? Well, it wants flaps blue. Well, we're not going to do flap. I mean, we could do flaps. Why not? Flaps.
100 above.
100 above. Minimums go around. Pushing the thrust levers all the way forward to toga. Autopilot modes, SRS, yes. Nav is in lateral mode, good. And we're engaged, good. Track the flaps 1 notch to position 3. Position 3 is set. Positive rate of climb, gears coming up. Okay, flaps 2. Set the thrust lever to climb. Okay. And dial in 10,000 feet. Oh. Keep climbing. Keep climbing. Don't descend. Climb. RUAC has a 9,000 limit. We're also limited to 160 on the speed. Okay, we're going to stay at flaps 2 in order we stay at 160. That should be 9,000 is what that should be. 860. Nice job, computer. There is RUAC. We'll now dial in 10,000. And we'll set the vertical speed to 500. Pull that. Aircraft. So doing that, now the aircraft will now climb to 10,000 feet with a slow rate of 500 feet per minute. For small altitude difference, this method gives a smoother altitude transition than using open climb. Once the aircraft has passed 737, which will be shortly here, and is above F speed, which we are, we'll go ahead and retract, we'll retract to flaps 1. Okay, flaps 1. There's S speed. So now we're going to disarm speed brakes. I'm going to switch off the nose wheel light. Or no, not that's nose wheel light. Off. You off? There, now you're off. And the runway turnoffs are off. Alright, so the go-around pattern ends with the holding pattern at Sungu, and we'll wait until we enter that and decide what to do next. So until we pass 878, we're not going to see the holding pattern entry. Ladies and gentlemen, this is from the flight deck. This is your captain speaking. Unfortunately, we got some bad errors in here, so we had to go around here at Queensland. We're evaluating our options here. We'll get back to you in a second here and let you know where we're going to proceed to. Most likely, it looks like we're going to go head up to Christchurch, just because it's got the longer runway for us there. And then once we get on the ground in Christchurch, we'll figure out how to get you back to Queensland. Thank you very much for being patient with us. We apologize for the change in travel. Thank you. Okay, so, yeah, we'll get into the holding pattern, and then we'll begin the next step here, which is the diversion to Christchurch. So we're going to do a teardrop entry here into the hold. We'll go once around the pattern. Are we still at flaps 1? Retracted it flaps? Yeah, no. very weird. The instructions do not tell me to fully retract the flaps. Of course, I think we're okay to fully retract, so go ahead and bring those in. Flap 0. So we're only at 10,000. There's no need for flaps now. Maybe I missed it. Once the aircraft and speed is retract flaps 19 to position 1 plus F. After acceleration above S speed, yes, retract flaps fully. There it is. It is in there. I'm just missing pieces there. Not ordered like I would like it to be. Alright, we're 20 nautical miles on the ND there. Alright, so let's divert. So what we're going to do on the flight plan page, we are going to choose the one next to Queensland 23. We're going to click that. That's going to bring up the lateral revision page, and then we're going to enable alternate, and then we're going to do the temporary insert. Now the flight chan is the original flight plan, and the destination is changed to Christchurch, runway 2. Note that the cost index for the alternate plan, using cost index -0, you can clear that in order to minimize fuel consumption. We'll use the direct to function in order to get out of the holding and straight into our diversion. Press direct on the McDo, direct, and we're going to go straight to Valby. Where is Valby? There it is, Valby. Direct to Valby. Wow, let's keep it alive. Enlist, and then direct to insert. Okay. Aircraft exits the hold and heads directly to Valby, and then we'll follow the subsequent fun. We want to perform our diversion at flight level 310, which is standard altitude for longer altitudes. So we're going to select altitude 310 and push. The aircraft will initially remain at 10,000 feet due to altitude constraints in the departure route until waypoint Dillol. Once you pass Dillol and the aircraft climbs above 10,000 feet, perform the following. Okay. So continue on to Dillol. Ladies and gentlemen from the flight deck, this is your captain speaking. We've begun our diversion to Christchurch. About 200, just over 200 nautical miles away. We expect to be there in about 40 minutes or so. Right? Let's see here. 30, yeah, roughly 40 minutes or so. Little over 40 minutes. So sit back, relax. We'll turn off the seatbelt sign here shortly, and we'll get out a free drink service. It's on me. Drinks are on me, everybody. Just bear with me just for a few more minutes, and then we'll let you get up and use the lab. Apologize for that. That was a planned diversion. We are testing our capabilities, and we are continuing on to Christchurch, like you actually bought tickets for. through the Queensland. Thank you for bearing with us. Appreciate you joining us on this flight. And have a drink on me. All right. Speaking of drinks, I'm going to have a drink with them. This is saying we're going to be at Dulul at 3:56 UTC. It's currently 3:49, so that's 7 minutes from now. We'll be down to 1 ton of fuel when we get there. It's going to be light. Burning some fuel. Coming up on Valpy. Valpy and 210 is our constraint. Oh, we're doing 210? I feel like we're doing faster than 210. Just doesn't seem too bright there. I mean, I could pull this back and say it should be 210 there. I will. No. 210 pull. There we go. There we go, there's 210 on the speed. Remove speed restrictions. All right, remove the speed restrictions. Back to manage speed. What's that thrust power up? Okay, gonna make the right turn. Thought this bit's a piece of crap. Bye. Alright, here's the right turn at app deck. Speed restrictions are deleted. We are accelerating. Accelerando. Okay, about 3 minutes to Dullo. Then we can begin resume our climb. Queensland departure Kiwi 232 10,000 direct Dullo diversion Christchurch. Okay. And 1 minute. Disarm the auto brakes there. Alright, altitude 310 is set, climb and maintain 3-1, flight level 310. Kiwi 232. Alright, flight level 310 set. And we are past it. There we go. Begin the climb. Thrust climb, climb. Altitude armed. First altitude, flight level 250. Alright. There's the climb. We'll go ahead and turn off those, and we'll turn off the sequence. We'll also turn off the constraints. And we are setting this to 80 nautical miles. whatever reason, it doesn't have our transition altitude incorrectly.
Gentlemen, the captain has turned off the fasten seatbelt sign. We're going to begin a very quick drink service here. Your options are whiskey or whiskey. Or water. Or whiskey with water. We should be landing in Christchurch here in about 30 minutes. Okay, there's 15,000 feet. Let's go set standard. Set standard. Push, push, standard, standard. Set 3 times. 1, 2, 3. Alright, so top of climb, top of descent are very close. So, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and consult the METAR for Queensland. Reset. Or Christchurch. There we go. QNH 1003 as well. Wind is 288 at 10. That can't be right. At 10. We're gonna land runway 2? That doesn't make sense. How are you getting a different METAR for Christchurch? We're gonna go with what the actual detail is here. So it is 288 at 10, 1003, and we'll probably be at 65.3 or something like that. Wait. Okay. Open up the McDo here. Go to the perf page. We're going to click on the next phase 3 times. Next, or no, wait, previous phase. Into the approach. We're going to
then say QNH 1003. Temperature is 9. Winds are 288 at 10. Because Christchurch, it's possible to do a zero visibility approach. And so there's no decision height, so we're going to enter no in the scratch pad and then press that on radio. So no DH is in there. And then for the descent into Queenstown, the wind data needs to be renewed. So go to the flight plan page. And then go to a waypoint beyond the type of dispense. I'll choose HODI. And then we'll click this button. And then we'll go wind data and we'll request the wind data, which is all the same. It's kind of weird. I think this is all working correctly. 313 at 10 and 3,000 feet. Yeah, that's correct. Okay. Turn to flight plan page by pressing the flight plan button twice. Okay, fuel, left wing tank low level, if no leak and imbalance fuel cross feed. Okay, thank you. Land as soon as possible, thank you. Do I have a fuel page here? We are low on fuel. This is not good. It's okay. We hit 310, so we're okay. We're gonna dial 4,000 feet into this thing. Likely it's okay. The autopilot will transition straight for clean. You just need to initiate the descent as if it was 2 miles per hour. Sure. Okay. There's the descent. Clear. I'm gonna go auto brake low. Runway 2, auto brake, landing config full, air conditioner on, brake mode is low, compute. Yeah, we got plenty of runway. We're good. Everything is okay. Yeah. Okay. Everything looks good there. Now, while approaching Dop Key, the air traffic control decides to switch around the runways in Christchurch and operate on runway 20 instead of 02. We maintain the same star. So on the McDo flight plan, okay, we're going to We're going to press on Whitechurch here, on Christchurch, and we're going to go to arrival, and instead of, we're going to do ILS 20, and we're going to do that at Dobkey. Star Dobkey 3 Bravo. That's what I want. And then select no via and none for transition. And insert that. Okay. You can now see 2 flight plans on the ND. Active one in green, leading us to runway 2, and the newly created temporary flight plan in yellow that is dashed, leading us to runway 20. It's still important that at the current location, therefore it's possible to directly insert the temporary flight plan. Yes. Approach to runway 2, therefore descent profile at the current location is about 5,000 feet. Passing through, yeah, okay. So now we're going to land runway 20. I zoom this out some. Or actually, if I go to plan mode, flight plan, Dobkey, Sedem, Irvax, Bidev, Ivsu, Foxtrot India 20. It's final. Okay. We're kind of making a straight in approach here. Okay. Back to the arc mode. Back to 80. Still descending. Feet per minute. Got fuel warnings. Ladies and gentlemen from the flight deck, this is your captain again. We have begun our descent and approach into Christchurch. We should be turning the seatbelt sign back on here shortly, and we expect to be on the ground in about just under 20 minutes. So, flight attendants, please prepare the cabin for arrival. Christchurch approach, QE 232. Flight level 237 descending to 4,000 feet. Inbound runway 20. Declaring a fuel emergency. Deviation 430, 420, 400. Here comes that green dot to get us on profile. Center tank is empty. 640, 650, and 20 and 20. And we're burning 11 kilograms per minute. About 1.3 tons on board. Okay. I have a 10 knot crosswind from right to left. All right. Go. All right, we are right on profile. Thrust is at idle. Brakes are set to low. We got altitude capture in there. Altitude is set for altitude 4,000, but we've got a restriction at 10,000 first. Profile. burning much fuel there. That seems to be doing okay. Here, keyboard reverse shift that slash. Okay. Alright, there's 15,000 feet. Let's go ahead and come out of transition altitude. 1003 on the QNH. That matches up. 1, 2, 3 times. Good. Path. Too far out there. It's still about over 30 some odd miles out there. Have been going for 4 hours. Wow. Okay. Need more whiskey. Feet. Let's get the landing lights on. Go ahead and get the seatbelt sign on. passing through yet. Right there's the descent. Go ahead and press the LS mode. Alright. Seem to be doing okay on profile. Reduce the FCU, descend and maintain 2000. 2000. Wait until we passed Urvax. Okay. Urvax should be in about 4 minutes. Urvax, we're going to press the approach button. We're going to look for glide slope and localizer to be armed here. And then we're going to engage the second autopilot by pressing AP2. ViDev has a speed constraint of 210, so we'll need to add flaps 1. As soon as we get below 230, which we're already call button, let them know that we are on final, or we're approaching final. We're beginning our, ladies and gentlemen, Captain has indicated that we are on final approach into Christchurch. Please bring your seatbacks and tray tables to their upright and locked positions, and stow all personal items. We will be on the ground shortly. approach mode. Glide slope localizer. Good. Engage the second autopilot. AP1 and AP2 Cat 3 dual. Good. And BiDev has speed restrictions, so we're going to go ahead and flaps 1, speed checks. Go down to 10 miles, stay in arc mode. Halfway between BiDev and DivSu. Should pass a deceleration point shown by a magenta D. Don't see a D on here. Actually, we'll keep these up. I don't know why this one is so much bigger. Like, how do I resize this? Grab any corner or any edge. No, that's... I mean, it's fine, but... Altitude constraint. 3,000 at BiDev. Speed 210. Okay, we're below 210. We can go ahead and go flaps 2. Flaps 2. Flaps 2 selected. Next, we're looking for glide slope capture.
$2,500.
2,500 checked.
$2,000.
Okay, here comes the localizer. Loc star. Cat 3 do no decision height. Localizer captured. Just waiting for glide slope. Here it comes. Watch this little magenta star come in. Lights inside. And glide slope. going to set 4,000 in the altitude window. We're going to extend the gear. And we're going to arm the spoilers. Nose wheels on. Runway turn-off lights on. That's the marker. And final approach. Yes, outer marker, thank you. Alright. Flaps 3, speed checks. And flaps 4. Flaps full, speed checks. We're going to do it full auto land here. All right, two red, two white. We're looking good. Come on, computer, park this puppy.
$500. $400.
Landing.
$300. $200.
Middle marker.
$100. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10. Retard. 5.
Reversers. Still reversers. Deactivate the auto brakes. And chrono. Whee. Okay. We're going to exit here. And, well, this is the runway. Too far. There we go. Alright, we're off the runway here. We're going to come to a stop. Okay. So we're going to taxi to a gate of our choice, but that's fine. We're going to go ahead and turn off the landing lights. So, landing lights off. Landing lights off. Those gears still in taxi. Runway turnoffs can go off. Strobe is going to go back to auto. Disarm the speed brakes, retract the flaps, and TCAS is going to go to transponder. Click, back to transponder mode. Weather radar is coming off. Terrain radar is also coming off. taxi in here. We are going to gate 28 today. I need a dead spot here in my tiller. Is 28 occupied? No, 28 is not occupied. Okay, good. Turn. Okay. Parking brake on. Chrono's coming off. And seatbelts. Go. All right. We can go to ground services. We can get some external power and some chocks in. We can go ahead and turn on the external power. And in doing so, now we can kill engine 2 and engine 1. And beacon comes off. And now the fuel pumps can all come off. And transponder can go to standby. And crew oxygen supply. Where is it? Crew supply can come off. The 3 Adirus can come off. 1, 2, 3. Strobe light is off. Navid logo can go off. Go. Emergency exit lights can go off. Go. Smoking is off. And then, last but not least, we can go ahead and power down the rest of this system as we say everybody is out here, because let's look at the doors here. It didn't open the doors. It's okay. So we're going to switch off the external power now. External power is coming off. Switch off the 2 batteries. Battery 1, battery 2 is coming off and off. And then ToLiss external power is off. And that's it. We're done. We're disconnected. We are cold and dark. Too cold and dark. We are here. Let's pause the simulation now. And let's take a look at that landing. Because we can do that now. Or, is it Alt-R? Is that what it was? I don't remember what it is. View, what's replay mode? Yeah, it should be Alt and R. There we go. Okay. Here we go. See how well this computer can fly this puppy. Wow, that audio sucks. Left the center line. For whatever reason, the nose kicked right up. Back on center line. Let's go back a little bit. Let's rewind. Watch that again. Not bad. And then there's that tiller that keeps trying to turn the wheel to the right. Let me see what it's doing here. Yeah, see, it keeps janking it to the right. I have to go in and mess with that dead zone there. See if that helps. It keeps kicking off. Wants to kick to the right. There we go. Pratt & Whitney's. Ooh, cut that a little short. Apex that corner. Thank you very much. All right. Well, it's 10 o'clock here. It's 11 o'clock on the East Coast. It's been a long day. Thank you so much for hanging out. Really appreciate each and every one of you. I hope you have a great Friday. I will not be streaming tomorrow on Friday, but probably look for a stream on Saturday. We'll probably do a mixture of things and stuff like that. So thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching. Really appreciate you. Have a great day. You guys rock. See you next time.